Welcome to the Saturday morning live stream. We got a big international audience, and for a lot of y'all, it's nighttime. It might even be the next day. So thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. My name's Clinton Jones, and this is the Saturday morning VFX live stream. We're going to be doing some cool stuff. Right now, we got a big, massive community challenge going on right now. It's the third one. It's called Dynamic Machines. There's info for it if you want to get started in the link below, in the description below. But basically what we're doing today on the stream is I'm going to be creating my second submission for the Dynamic Machines Community Render Challenge, where I'm challenging all of you guys to build your own Rube Goldberg contraption within a set project file that I'm providing y'all. I'm going to combine them all together, and we're going to make the internet's largest Rube Goldberg machine. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be sweet. I'm very excited. So I'm going to be making my own submission today. I did one last week on the stream. It was really cool. I'll show you guys here once we get started. But yeah, I'm going to dive into it, and we're going to make this, we're going to try and make a contraption. I'm going to try and finish it by the end of the stream. So wish me luck. It's going to be cool. We're going to be messing with dynamics in Cinema 4D. Let me show you the project file. Let me show you what it looks like. So this is the file that I've dished out to everybody. There's some pretty specific rules on when this ball can drop into your machine and when it needs to exit. So all that stuff can be found on either the P&Y landing page or my Discord server. If you guys want to join this thing, the links are in the description below. Many of you have already started, so that's amazing. I'm hoping that we can build the world's largest community 3D Rube Goldberg contraption, and I've seen some of your guys' results so far, and it looks super cool. So yeah, hopefully this stream will be able to clear up some rules for you, be able to clear up some guidelines for you guys. A lot of you had a bunch of questions over the over the week on what you can do, what you can't do, and it's really all in the rules. It's all in the rules on the Discord server. Link is in the description. But before we hop into things, this is a sponsored stream, and we got a really cool sponsor for this stream. So let me play it for you. It's just a minute long. I think you guys can benefit from it, and it's all free. So yeah, just trying to give you guys some cool assets and models to use for your scenes. So be back in 1 minute. Today's stream is sponsored by Scan the World, the largest open source ecosystem of 3D scanned artifacts from around the globe. All available to download and use in your 3D art for free. You want a high quality statue of the Grim Reaper? They got you covered. How about insanely detailed reliefs like this? They got those too. They even have ancient architecture scans like this. and so much more. Oh, and every model on the site is 3D printable. The entire collection of now 18,000 scans were built by a passionate community of scanners in collaboration with museums and galleries all around the world. And if you love scanning, you can upload your own models to inspire other 3D artists. Scan the World is currently running an incredible crowdfunding campaign that brings the community a bunch of new, ambitious scans, tutorials, and more. And if you want, you can show your love for as little as $10 and get some cool incentive back. I love what they're doing and threw some cash their way myself. So head over to myminifactory.com/scantheworld and grab some high quality scans for free. Do it! They're awesome. They actually hit me up long after I was aware of their site. Scan the World is super cool. Everything's free there. Everything's super high quality. Grab any museum or statue scans that you want. It's really cool. Seriously, go check it out. They're a really cool service, and they're just going to make your guys' stuff a lot better. So yeah, other than that, I'm super excited. I'm super amped to do this with y'all today. Thank you so much for hopping into the stream. We're gonna build a 3D Rube Goldberg contraption, and it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. So, what the heck am I gonna do? I have no idea what I'm going to do on the stream here. We're gonna have to figure this out together. So, in the thumbnail, there's 3 different versions of this thing. I'm going to actually take a look at the stream, and I'm going to have you guys vote on what I'm going to build. So let me quickly make a straw poll, and then you guys will vote on what style of contraption I will build. All right, let's see. It's going to be between 3 different things here. All right. So what theme should my contraption be? How should I theme it? And we'll do between 3 of these. All right. Here we go. We'll create the poll, and we'll see what y'all think. Let's share it here. Copy that link. Paste it up in the live chat. Bam. I'll pin it. Message is pinned. So go ahead and vote for what style, what theme you want my contraption to be on the stream today. It's between wood, concrete, or ice. And I'm going to have to figure it out as I go. And hopefully it'll be sweet, Let's see what we got. We got some results coming in. We got an ice themed. People are digging the ice theme so far. Let's keep moving it. Let's keep seeing if maybe wood or concrete can catch up. But right now it's looking like all right, yep, okay. All right, votes are coming in. It's looking like the results are pretty darn clear. Like y'all want me to create an ice themed render. So let's do it. Awesome. So I'm not going to mess with materials until the end. We're going to do all that stuff at the end. Right now, I'm mostly concerned with building out the geometry to get this ball right here from the start point to the end point within the specific frames that are built into the rules. It's all built into the rules. So basically, frame 112, we're going to imagine the dynamics are off, and then frame 113, we're going to turn dynamics on. So that means it starts falling on frame 114. That's the first bit of movement. The first bit of movement is on frame 114. This will make sense in a second. And we have to get it down through this hole, through the exit port between frames 335 and 340, right? So between frames 335 and 340, this sphere, this ball right here, needs to be occluded, completely occluded by the border. Let's see, bam, by the border right here, right there. That's between frames 335 and 340. It's completely gone. It doesn't need to be down here. It just needs to be gone from this little top piece. So, all right, let's open this up. Alt V, if we go to save frames, we can uncheck that and, get the whole view. Let's pop out of our camera. I'm going to hide it just in the viewport so we don't have to mess with all that stuff. NB, bam, NB. That's going to change your shading so you can see things a little bit better. And I'm going to go ahead and save. This is from the template. I saved it as my submission number 2. Martin Kolvelkick. I may have messed that up. Apologies, but thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. Number 1 fan, right back at you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we're going to do it, Martin. We're going to do this here. We're going to build out this contraption. And it's going to be an ice-themed render, Martin. It's going to be ice-themed. So we're going to have to make some fun shaders and do it up real nice. Make it nice and frosty. So let's see, with ice. How about we do... So last time I went to a place called Spa. They have an ice room, and in the ice room there's like frost on the pipes. There's vents and stuff. So maybe it'd be cool if there was maybe it was tiled. All this stuff was tiled back here, and then we had like a pipe coming down that was all frosty. That could be pretty sweet. But I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to get this ball from the top to the bottom, and how are we going to theme it? What objects do we want to theme it in? So we have, I'm looking at the chat here. Do you guys have any ideas for what you want me to include in this ice themed render? I'm looking at the chat here. So yeah, we got a freezer, maybe some ice packs. Let me write this down. I don't have a pen. But actually, here, one second. All right, so I'm going to take some notes here. I'm looking at the chat. Water wheels, okay. Nice. Thanks. Whatever a water wheel, pipes, penguin, water wheel, pipes, penguin. What else do we have? Snowman, perhaps. Frozen ice. Frozen ice for sure. Let's see. What else do we have? An ice loop. Ice breaking, a Yeti, igloos. I mean, I could do an ice pack, like ice packs and stuff. I want to keep things scaled pretty appropriately. Ice. I mean, I think an ice vent would be cool, like where you have like some steam coming out of it, or some frost. Would be cool. Icicles, yep, maybe some icicles. Ice cycles. How do you spell ice? Icicles. Icicles. Snow globe. Ice tunnels. Ice fishing. Ice cave. Ice cream. It doesn't have to have the word ice in it. Frost pipes. The frost pipes are in. The frost pipes are in. What else could we have? Tiles. I think tiled wall, perhaps. I'm thinking about that Spa ice room, Avatar Eng. An ice watch. Falling snow. Falling snow could be interesting. Maybe that's an After Effects thing. Mr. Freeze, just in the back, a Mr. Freeze poster. An ice lantern. Ooh, yeah, because how are we going to light it? And it needs to be lit in a cool way. A ski rack, a freezer. Yeah, what's in a freezer? Like racks of things. Ooh, freezer racks. Because it can go down. Yeah, actually, that's... Okay, I'm starting to feel it out. Melting. Okay, Ice Age. Fossils in the ice, village people. Okay, guys, we're moving on. I'm sure there'll be some more an ice tornado. What's an ice tornado? We'll get back into that. We'll get back into the suggestions here, but for now, we're gonna be building out like this freezer box basically, and I'm gonna have like freezer racks guiding the ball down through the contraption around like some ice pipes and stuff, and then let's see, maybe there's gonna be some falling snow. There might be a vent in the back. You know, all that good stuff. Can you change the ball's look? Nah, son. It's got to enter chrome and it's got to exit chrome. That's it. It's got to enter chrome and it's got to exit chrome. Okay. So how do we begin? I mean, I'd love to build out like a little track system for this ball, and I'm wondering what the best way is to do this. So how about this? How about we go into Photoshop and let's go ahead and sketch out what let's sketch out the idea. So I'm going to print screen. Boom. Oh, actually that does. I am not in After Effects. I can't do that. Let's try that again. Let's just quickly, boom, let's cap this. Let's hop into Photoshop. And let's go ahead and sketch out what we're gonna do, okay? And I wanna try some sort of like chain reaction, at least like a 2-step chain reaction situation. I think that'll be cool. Get out of here, all the updates. Okay, so let's go ahead and make a new layer. B, that's your brush tool. Cool. All right. And then let's go ahead and just to make things a little bit more chill, I'm gonna sample like this side color. G is your paint bucket tool, and I'm just gonna go ahead and drop the opacity on that. All right, something like that. So it's just a little bit more chill to work with. B, right? So the ball's gonna come in here, it's gonna do some stuff, right? It's gonna do some stuff, and then it's gonna exit. Boop, out there, okay? So let's see. Gotta finish this whole thing on the stream. Let's get moving. Okay, so I guess it could drop into some sort of like metal metal thing. I don't know. It comes down here and it comes through like a metal track. It's like a rack system, like an ice tray or a freezer rack thing. You come in here and maybe, let's see, Alwyn Joseph, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you, man. My chance of failure is absolute 0. Thank you, dude. That is that takes the stakes off of everything. Steaks, frozen steaks, frozen steaks. I don't know. Maybe we'll have some frozen steaks. Frozen food. Who knows? Anyway, moving on. So I don't know. Maybe there's like a little vent system back here. Let's go ahead and drop the opacity of the brush down. Maybe there's a vent system back here, a little vent. And there's like steam coming up like this. Who knows? On the bottom, let's see, maybe on the bottom there's like a freezer rack thing. Not quite sure yet. The pipes though can be running through the back wall, like back through here. You have a pipe coming down and it like runs down the corner of the room like this. Switch brush. So we have like the pipe coming down here, perhaps, and then it could go around this area and like off to the side, maybe? Like a big old pipe like this, but how do we incorporate the pipe versus having it just be, you know, randomly in the scene as opposed to decoration. So like maybe the ball goes in to the pipe at some point. Maybe this rack system comes back. Maybe the pipe comes like this and it does one of these situations in the back, and then like comes back here or something. I don't know. So that this rack could come down, spin around. It goes towards the back of this thing, and it goes in here like a little opening, and it comes down through like this little piece or something. Yo, Ren, what's up, Ren? Yeah, Ren's working on one. That's nice that you're almost finished. He's doing it in Houdini. That's bold. Those are some bold moves. Yeah, Ren, we're doing like an ice themed one. Spiral pipe. Yeah, some sort of spiral pipe. I think the vent back here. I think the ball falling through a series of like little ice racks and stuff could be cool. David, yo, dude, huge thank you for that super chat. It's very kind of you. You said you've been working on your Rube Goldberg since you posted the challenge. You're obsessed. Me too, man. It's fun. You followed since Corridor and wanted to thank me for everything. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you. I'm just trying to help y'all out and inspire y'all to make some cool stuff. We'll make some cool stuff together. But thank you for that super chat. It's very kind of you. Thanks for hopping into the stream. Thanks for joining the challenge. I know your render is just going to make this whole thing better. The more work everyone puts into their renders, the better the final montages will be. So it comes down to all of us. It's an individual thing, right? We got to do the best work possible so that we can make the best thing when we combine forces. You know, like if you're trying to form the Megazord, but your arm's all broken and it's like, you know, I'll just randomly form this Megazord arm over here. And it's like, but yo, you didn't do the work. You gotta make your Megazord arm like super buff, you know? Then when it comes on the Megazord, it's like all sick looking. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But thanks, David. I appreciate you. And another David Croucher. Yo, thank you for the super chat. Loving the work. Been watching a while. Awesome. But this is the first challenge I'm entering. Yes. Having the ball interact with ice as forming would be cool. Having the ball interact with ice as it's forming would be cool. Shoot, man. Does that mean I have to have it like land in... It's got to hit like a frozen ice section. There's got to be a frozen ice part of this thing. I think that would be sweet. Yeah, Ren, when are you coming over for that rematch, man? When are you coming over for that rematch? I'm waiting. Oh, I couldn't do that to you again, dude. That loss was too brutal for you. I couldn't do it again to you, man. I'm sorry. Let's do an ice, like an ice, frozen ice thing. Frozen ice ramp? I don't know. The question is, how do we fit all these things into this contraption in a aesthetically pleasing way? You know? Dude, that'd be so next level. It lands in water, freezes over, falls down. The ice cubes fall down. Oh, ice cubes. We can probably hit some ice cubes. We can do a chain reaction and have some ice cubes fall down into a bucket. So many ideas. Let's figure out maybe like Let's see. I think having ice cubes fall down could be an interesting thing to like actually knock down. Like more, have more physics to it. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that. So how would a simple chrome ball chain react to some ice cubes? How the heck? I mean, the simple version, the super simple version is to have this like metal track system go down, you know, through this thing all the way down to the end. Like that's the basic, super basic baby Tonka, like my first contraption version, right? Just this little ice thing. And you know what? Maybe this ice coil, this is the frozen part. So maybe like maybe it's going around a bunch of ice that's falling through the center of this thing. So like at the top, there could be a bucket of ice or something. I just don't know why there would be ice falling down. And it doesn't have to be a freezer. It doesn't have to actually be an actual inside of the freezer. I just want it to be ice themed. You know, the other option is to just have it like build out a really interesting network of pipes and have it going down these pipes. But I don't want it to just be going down like a gumball machine, because that's kind of boring, you know. I think the more contraptions, the more pieces it can fall into, the better. Yeah, evaporation, that sounds rough. Like I can't do complicated sims and all that on this one stream. That would take me a few weeks to research. I'm not the simulation master, you know. Certainly am not well versed in that side of things. So I'm gonna probably stay away from evaporation and water and all that stuff. But I can do rigid body stuff pretty darn well. So like ice and whatnot, that shouldn't be an issue. All right, so some sort of thing here. Maybe it drops down into Let's see. This is tough. This is super tough. You know, we could have like drippies up here, different like little like frozen water drops up here. We can have frozen water drops on the bottom of everything. I think that'll be a nice touch. In terms of the path the ball is actually following, let me look at this list again. So we have a water wheel, we have frosted pipes, a penguin, ice cubes. So I wonder if the bottom can just be covered in ice cubes. Like it could just be an interesting look, but it's not. I would actually like to use the ice cubes. Icicles, yep, okay. Tiled wall, falling snow, freezer rack, frozen food. Some sort of freezer rack system. Vents, yeah, it'd be nice to have a vent in the back. Ice packs. Could be bouncing off ice packs. What would make this dynamic? How would this work? See, this is the boring part. This is when y'all are just like watching me go, how do I come up with the idea? If this is going around a thing, it'd be sweet to like, be sweet to have ice cubes down the middle of this. I guess it's not supposed to entirely be a freezer, but it's ice themed. Let's see. Eric, thanks, man. You said boring parts are knowledgeable. That's good. Jones Lab, thanks for the super chat. Ice cube maker around the ball. I don't even know what an ice cube maker looks like. Let me Google some stuff real quick. Let's see. What is an ice cube? Ice cube machine. How about that? Oh wow, okay. Ice cube machine engineering inside of an ice cube machine. How an ice cube machine works. Oh, whoa. Interesting. How an ice maker works. Let me see if I can pull up a video. How an ice maker works. This is the research that needs to be done. How does a refrigerator ice maker work? All right, I don't know if I can show this on the stream, but I'm watching. God, this video. It's like 2 pixels, and it's not helping us. Whoa. That's pretty cool. So it's like a bunch of pods of ice, like these like giant metal things in the water, and it's forming these ice crystals on it. So there's water inside the thing, so maybe we do a little bit of water. And it's forming around. Oh, that's so cool. It's forming around these like metal pieces, and then they fall into a tray. Okay. So maybe the ice is being formed like up here somewhere, up in this upper area. And as the ball comes down, is dropping everything into a bucket down here. So maybe there's like, maybe the ball comes down and there's a section of this where you can actually see like a contraption with like, let's see, it'd be some sort of boxy thing with like a bunch of metal rods that are forming the ice, and then when the ball passes by it in the middle, it drops all the ice down into this bucket down here. And everything falls into this bucket. Which, it's not the greatest contraption ever, because it's not really doing anything, but technically the ball is going by and it's knocking the ice cubes off the ice cube machine, I guess. It could just go across the top of them. And maybe as the ball goes down this slide, the ice cubes are growing off of this metal railing, and it's knocking them down toward this like, I guess, the housing for the ice. Or maybe it knocks the ice. Wait, okay, so the ball can come in from here. It knocks a bunch of ice from this. The ice goes down a chute, and goes down into a housing, some sort of housing, and into this bucket. But the ice triggers the next ball to go down and do the same thing on the other side. And then the ice triggers another ball, and then the third ball is what goes down through here. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. This right here, this image, who knows what this is, okay? But let me clean it up. Let me see what I can do one more time. So the ball comes down here, and let me switch between, yep, okay. So the ball comes down this little track, and it goes across, boom. And we have these ice cubes right here. All these ice cubes, they're gonna get knocked down when the ball goes across this area right here. The ball's gonna go across here. It's gonna knock all this stuff down into essentially a bucket, another bucket. And this bucket is going to guide, okay, this bucket is going to guide all the ice cubes are going to go down this funnel. But when the ice cubes go down this funnel, it's going to trigger another ball that's waiting. The ball is waiting right here. This guy is waiting. And when the ice cubes go down this tray, all right, it's going to trigger the next round. And this ball is going to go across, and it's going to knock the other ice cubes, more ice cubes, down into the tray as well. Down the slide into this tray system. It's down here with a bunch of ice cubes in it down here. And then this ball is going to continue maybe around the back or something and into the exit. Well, the exit port, it'd be fun if the best way to do this, the exit. It could come around the backside potentially. It comes around here and I think we can figure that out once we get into it. So I think that's actually pretty good. I think that works. We have our idea. What are we, 40 minutes in, and we have an idea. Not bad. Let's see if I can't build this out over the next 2 hours. Okay. So it needs to come down here. It needs to hit some sort of, let's see. I'm going to do this the quickest way first. And then I'll make things look fancy once I kind of have the idea. All right, so I want to build basically the first little system that gets our ball moving. So take it here, okay? And let's go ahead and turn on backface culling. How do we turn that on? Backface culling, NP. That way we can kind of see through our contraption. And I'll drop this down, open it up a little bit. This will come back here. Essentially, right? Just like that. And then this will be the first area where the ice cubes start to do their thing back here. So we'll have a bunch of ice cubes back here that drop down. Jonathan, yo, thank you for the super chat. You're fairly new to C4D and Redshift, and you've learned a lot from this challenge. Yes, that is the whole point of all of this, is to learn and have fun while doing so. You're making progress with it. Any tips on how to maintain foresight on a project? Yeah, man. So it's half and half, because basically what you're asking is how do you know what you're making, and how is that going to guide you to an end product? versus like you're just coming up with things on the spot. So you literally just saw me do it. You know, I essentially made what was a plan, concept art. For a lot of people, that's concept art if you're doing environment stuff. It's a sketch if you're an artist. You're going to do a quick sketch. It's blueprints if you're making a house. You know, it's the battle plans, right? So this is my rough idea, and then I'm going to execute on it here in C4D. And there's going to be times where like this right here is my north. As long as I'm going north, I know that I'm doing all right. It's the same for a script. You know, you have an outline for a script. You have this idea in your head. The idea in your head, that's north. As you go through the project, you know, you might end up kind of like northwest or northeast or maybe entirely west, as long as you're not going south. You know, and that's a reference from what is his name? The writer Aaron Sorkin. He did a masterclass, and he talks about your idea being north, and if you can keep looking back to that idea and keep going north, then you're good. But you're probably going to end up northwest, northeast, east to north. You know, it's not gonna be entirely completely north. So right now, my ice maker machine is north, and maybe by the time I'm done with it, it'll be like I'll be here. You know, and it's like kind of an ice maker machine, but it's close enough. As long as it's not a fire breathing cave machine, you know, way down here, which is cool. It's just not the direction we're going. Maybe that's not what the client's asking for, right? But in terms of what we're doing, north, going for that ice maker machine. Having concept art is a good way to essentially guide yourself. And I talk about this in the other challenge, the alternate realities challenge. I think the first, even parallel dimensions, you know, the first stream I did for parallel dimensions was me making concept art to guide my way through the rest of the render process. And it was amazing. It worked out so well. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. But as artists, you know, we're going to be creating and coming up with stuff as we go along the way. You know, like that's a thing, and that's really fun. Improving. You're essentially improving, and that's really fun. So we'll be doing a bit of that today too. So this is this ball, right, is going to hit the end of this thing, and there's going to be a bunch of cubes at the bottom of this. Let's just imagine, all right, we have a bunch of ice cubes. These are just placeholders for now, okay? Where am I? Probably back here, okay? And I'm holding Control to duplicate. So there's gonna be a bunch of cubes, ice cubes that fall down from this. They're gonna drop down into, let's say, some sort of bucket thing. So let's make another polygon. T for scale. Scale that down. W for not, what is it? W? W switches between world and local view, or local orientation. I believe it was E. So let's bring this thing up. We want to form some sort of bucket. All right, so I'm gonna scale it down to about the size I want. Hit C to make it editable, and T will bring up our scale tool. We'll open this up, and let's go ahead and grab some like corners. Control drag, make a little trough, and this is going to guide our ice down into some sort of ice bucket. So let's put this ice bucket down here. T for scale. All right, we'll bring this up. And I think since this is on the ground, I know 0, 0 is right there on the ground. I'm gonna get this this thing. Let's start up user. All right. So we want to get our axis on the very bottom of this cube, and the quickest way is using the axis center tool and just dragging the Y to 0. But you have to make sure it's editable. So make it editable first. And yeah, there you go. Execute Y -0. And then if we reset PSR, it'll snap right to the bottom there. We know we're in good hands. It's sitting right on the ground. I don't know exactly the size or shape of this thing. But generally, let's say something like that, and it's going to be an open topped situation. Let's move this back. Let's move this back. All right, and then let's make a cut KL. We can cut this like there. And this can be extruded, and we don't need caps. We'll go to the end, and we'll delete this face here. Cool. Maybe that's where our ice is landing. Donald Jane, thank you for the super chat. Is there any hardware you recommend / can't live without that's not in your computer, such as a Stream Deck or a certain mouse or anything like that? Good question, man. Yeah, so I use a Wacom tablet. This thing is the best. It saves your wrist. It makes sure that like your bones aren't all twisted up when you're using a mouse for the rest of your life. It's gonna be a bit more of a natural position when you're writing here on the tablet. So that's one I can't live without. The Stream Deck has helped me switch between all these scenes very easily. What else? Yeah, I mean, my camera, the A7R2, a lot of this stuff is in the description with like links and whatnot. Some noise canceling headphones. Gotta love some noise canceling headphones. A journal. Big journal guy. Hardware though. Trying to think here. What's the move? Maybe this isn't the answer you're looking for, but on my keys, I actually have a pair of not noise canceling. I have a pair of like earplugs that you would use if you were at like the shooting range or if you were at a really loud concert. But these earplugs, they don't muffle everything. They're called eargasm, like earplugs. They actually have an open system, and they just bring everything down by 10 dB. So I use that when I drum, right? Because I still want to hear like the crack of the snare and the hi-hat and not have everything muffled out, which it would be if you were just to put in like the foam little earplugs. That's probably pretty random though, huh? Can't think of anything else. Any other hardware? Like I use a lot of stuff. But yeah, good question. All right, so let's open up this box a little bit. Get a little bit of room on it. That should be nice. And we need to figure out a way that our ball is going to get to this point, but we'll get there. So this is our pipe system. Stuff lands here in the trough. Bam, get it in the trough. And the trough is going to take us to... The trough will take us to a chute, some sort of chute system. That's going to take the ice down into this ice maker. So it could be as simple as like a closed kind of system here. It goes down, I'm hitting D, and it just drops this stuff in here. See, there's a hole there, and then we can bridge these pieces. M, B is your bridge tool, right? We can connect all this stuff. Control A, UO for optimize. So that could be the easy way, right? It goes down there. But then how do we get the ball to continue? So the ball could go across the top of this thing. It hits those ice cubes. The ice cubes drop into this trough, right? But if we want the ball to continue and do another round of ice drop-ins, then let's see here. We could just continue this. So instead of the ball goes from here. And if we wanted like, maybe this is when you could do some like frosted ice pipes or something, or maybe all of this can actually come up a little bit. So let's take this box and let's just put a protection tag on it so we don't move it. Where are you? Is it under Control C if you never know? Protection tag, bam. All right, so now I don't even think we can select. Yeah, we can select it, but we just can't move it. So I'll just do a once over like this. Yeah, and I'll get that up there. So just get a little bit more height on things so it can give us a bit more room. And if we want another round of ice cubes, say in the front, how are we gonna do this? I'm just gonna make it up. Control drag. Let's grab this piece. Bring this down. We flip it. 180. I don't know what that gives us quite yet. So the ball goes from here to here. Maybe the ball can drop from this part down to this part. And it goes through another round. Let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, cool. So what I'll do is delete this. The ball's gonna drop off of this part like a little ramp. It's gonna come off of this and just free fall. Bam. Land down here. Or maybe it triggers another ball. You know, that could work too. Triggers another ball. Lands down here. And then let's take this whole thing, let's scoot this into the box. And let's bring this out. And over and down. And it's essentially kind of like what we had previous. And let's bring this out again. Over. And that basically will drop the next round of ice cubes down into the ice tray. Cool. Anderson, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Your first 3D render for this challenge. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully this can get you into 3D. It's really fun. Get rid of that cube. So I don't know, something like this. It has depth to it, which I like. You know, you could even have, you can even have, let's see, if we select everything and we deselect that bit and scoot this over, so it's more of like it comes to the midpoint. So it's falling through the middle. Let's see if there's a cooler way to get these ice cubes dropped in. So they could drop in, they hit this trough situation, and they could go around some sort of like loop-de-loop thing, maybe? Like it comes, spirals down and drops. Or maybe it's just more of a let's hide this, and I'll spawn a polygon here, hit T, we'll scale it down, and maybe it's as simple as like maybe it's not as cool because we want to go for cool. It's just a ramp. it hits this ramp and they go down. But they're gonna be falling off that side. Let's see. I don't want it falling on the track. I think what we had is cool. Yeah, I think that works. All right. And then I'm wondering like what we could do with the ice at the end. So if all this ice is in this bucket, there is an exit port right here. We need to figure out how our ball is going to exit. So if it's going to hit all this stuff, how is our ball going to exit the scene? Okay. Because the ice technically like needs to go somewhere too. It's not just sitting in this. I mean, but who knows? Maybe I don't know. It'd be cooler if the ice, like we insinuated that the ice was going to go somewhere. The ball's going to drop, go around here, hit that, boom, 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 come down, boom, 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 and exit. Yo, what up, Evolver? Thank you for the super chat. 100%, man. On your comment there, yeah. Software does not matter. C4D or Blender or Unreal or 3ds Max, whatever can be the most creative, the fastest. Yeah, man. Absolutely, absolutely. Doesn't matter what program you use. It just matters how you use it. At the end of the day, and each person has their own preference. You know, I'm right-handed. Some of you might be left-handed. You know, but there's no need to be like, why don't you switch to your left hand? It's like, well, I'm using my right hand. So it's just to each their own, you know. Y'all are having a good time anyway. That's all that matters. Thank you, Evolver. Much appreciated, man. Always love the support, the advice. It's good stuff. So yeah, what's the best way? So inside the tub, there are ice bears enjoying the ice cubes. Bears, that'd be a lot. Certainly be a lot. Ice music, like an ice xylophone. Oh man, if the cubes create a path for the ball, that is actually a great idea. Dang it, why do you have to say that? It's so good. How am I gonna do it? Shoot. That's such a good idea. Idea. Okay, so what if you have the ice cubes? And at a certain point, we're gonna have to make this. And have to just roll with what we got. But what if the ice cubes, instead of hitting this thing, they actually fall down and they hit move that. Let's grab these guys, these ice cubes down yonder. Move them up. So it's like a tiered system. So these fall down, and from these falling down, they actually knock into these ones and add ice cubes to the system. So these fall down, hit like some sort of like tray thing. If I were to make this, it'd be like a... Whoa, what the heck? All right, I just made a bunch of stuff. Let's try this. Holding control, so I make the new primitive in the same spot as the object selected. Meaning, if I select this cube and I hold control and I make another cube, it'll spawn right on that cube. It's a really good way to maneuver around your scene. All right, let's try to bring that in. So imagine if it was like this kind of situation. And then this piece, let's make it editable. Take this piece, hold control, make new geometry, we'll bring that up. And then we take this and essentially bevel it. MS. Right, so these ice cubes come in and they slide into place. Just like that. You know what I'm saying? So like these ice cubes are locked in. And these fall in and knock these ones down. So that way it's kind of, we have that chain reaction going, you know, and it's filling up this ice container. Dude, we had a lot of super chats just then. All right. Jim Rock. Friggin' just straight up $20. Message retracted. Shout outs. Thank you for the support. KM Reviews. What is up? All right. A couple. You said you could see the ball being heated and melting a path through the ice. My goodness, these are great ideas, KM Reviews. I just don't know if it's possible. With the time we have, so many ideas, so many great ideas. Yeah, the ball being heated up and melting through the ice would be super cool. I just don't think I have time for it. An Evolver has an idea. Tube formed ice matches, extrude ice, and arm breaks it off. All right, hold on, let me make sense of this. What? Tube formed ice machines. Tube formed ice machines extrude ice and an arm breaks it off. See, that's pretty cool. That is a cool idea. I like that. It's very like it's pushing the ice out and it's just chopping it, and it's falling into the machine. It's cool. I just think the idea is a little far off from what I've already set up, so I'm gonna keep rolling with this idea here. And then we got Andrew. Can you put things around the holes like nozzles? Because mine is done and I did. That's a good question. As long as it doesn't screw up the montage, like, you know, I guess we'll find out. Personally, I enjoy like seeing it open because you can see the ball coming out of something, coming through this. But if you're putting like, if you connect a nozzle up to this and it goes through and it's like see-through, then like, you know, I suppose so. Yeah, as long as the ball is dropping in and exiting on the frames it needs to be exiting and matches with the other renders, like other montage renders, then you're set. So, but thank you for the super chat, Andrew. Much appreciated. All right. So, all right, so it knocks those guys down. I'm just going to see what happens if I give everything dynamics. Let's give this dynamics. All right, let's right click this. We'll give it a lighter body. So that means it's not going to move, but it still needs to support these guys, which will move. So these will be rigid bodies. These will be rigid bodies. So these are going to fall immediately once I hit play. Simulation, rigid body. Okay. And then we're going to make this bucket a collider body as well, because it wants to hold it. And also our box will be a collider body as well. Okay, so we'll hit play. See what happens. They come in hot. So they don't push them out. Let's mess with. Let's see. So all of this stuff, everything here, the friction I think is pretty darn maxed out. Friction, let's just say 20% friction. There we go. And let's try 40% friction for everything. You know, I think after doing this, I kind of dig our first one. So I'm going to go back to our first little tray setup, because I think that'll just be a little bit more simple and it'll work. It'll still work in a cool way. Bam. Stick to this. Yeah, so they'll fall in here. They'll go down into the chute. Get rid of that. And it'll be something like UL for loop selection. We'll grab all that. Come down with it. We'll drag it out. And probably do something like one more. MD is going to close the polygon hole. Bam. And we'll open it up at the end here and bevel out this piece like that. So it kind of like hits a little ramp, flies out. Nice. Andrew, yo, back again with a super chat. So thanks for the clarification. I think I'm good. The entry and exit are dead on. Not the best design, but for my first submission ever, I'm happy. Well, here's the thing, guys. You have until August 1st to do this. You don't have to finish your thing right now. Take the month to work on it. Make it as best as it can be. You don't have to crank it out in 2 days. Seriously, there's a reason that this challenge goes for a month. It's so that the art that's put together in these montages can be as cool as possible. Take the time to learn. Don't rush. Don't rush it. There's no need to rush it. So Andrew, I'd encourage you, if you have the time, iterate on it. Keep making it better. Learn more, and it'll just make all of the montages in the end that much better. This is we're only 1 week into this. We have until August 1st. Okay. So I'm digging this. I need to figure out a way to get the ball from here down to here. I could just drop. But I think we can figure that out. Let's start building this out for real. All right, so I'm going to save my scene. Let's make a new version of it, V2. And let's start let's start building it out. So if I want to keep this in the like freezer rack kind of vibe, I'm gonna make some. I want to do this. I might do this. So basically, I'm gonna make the track first. I'm gonna make this track, and we can either make it attached to a pipe system, which could be cool. And I think the best way to do this is with splines. Or even potentially, let's do a test here. Let's do a test because I want to be able to edit this as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna make a new scene and I'm gonna do a simple test here. Let's build out like a rail system. So 90 degrees, keep it really thin. All right, NB, how many segments do we have? We don't need that many, but it honestly doesn't matter. Let's control drag it over. So imagining that the ball, if we make a 5 centimeter ball, do 5 centimeters, or it's a radius, so 2.5. That's the size of our ball there. Okay. That means this guy will be something like this. Jim Rock, yo, so you use Maya and you are a student and you want to know if I have any advice. Well, it's an open-ended question, but I would say stick to projects that you have fun doing, especially when you're learning. You want to learn on the things that are fun for you. That way you can keep going and you don't get bogged down. So that'd be my advice. And yo, also another piece of advice, subscribe to the channel. How about that? If y'all aren't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. I do this every single Saturday. We're doing community challenges a lot. I'm putting out art breakdowns. I'm gonna be coming out with a really cool new texture pack at the end of this month on July 31st. And I'm gonna show you guys how to make your own textures. Go outside and capture your own textures. I'll be putting together a pack from that as well. It's gonna be basically how to create endless, like huge concrete textures, massive concrete textures. I'll be selling a pack at the end of that video, as well as just showing you my process and how I do that. So that's coming July 31st. Next week, I'll be doing another submission here, something completely different, a whole new contraption in the spirit of the Dynamic Machines at Render Challenge. And the plan is to team up with a render farm. That's the plan, is to team up with a render farm so that you guys can, send your renders in so you don't have to render them on your computer yourself. And that is the same day that the submission link goes live. So keep working on those submissions, y'all. And subscribe if you ain't already. Okay. So we're building out this rail system, right? So it'll be something like this to keep it in. I'm going to keep it like contained. And then let's do a couple like support structures, right? So it's going to be something like, let's see. It'll be a half circle, I feel like. Scale this down. Where are you, circle? Try that again, circle. There we go. Scale it down. Open it up. 90 degrees, holding shift. S will snap our camera. right? Get that just right. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, so this circle is basically going to be, if we make this editable, we can find our points, hopefully delete this one point, and we want it to be closed, or open rather. We could right click, and is there an open? How do we do this? Maybe we undo, and we disconnect. There we go. That's what we want. Okay. So from there, let's go ahead and make another circle spline. We'll scale it down. And it just needs to be in there. Doesn't need to be in a specific spot. And we'll take this and I'll select both of them, the spline in that circle. Hold Control Alt, and let's go ahead and drop it into a sweep. And there we go. Hit T, we'll scale down that one. Boom. And I think we can adjust this so it's not as dense. Let's see, natural, uniform, adaptive. Bezier. E-spline. What did I have before? Oh, snap. Jazzy. Jazzy. Yo. Thank you for the super chat. Very, very nice of you. So you're watching through, and you're working on photo manipulation right now. You can't wait to get back into Blender, which I'm not using, correct? But still, you subbed to the channel a little while ago. That's super cool, man. I really appreciate you subscribing. I also appreciate the super chat, and I'm glad that you're working on your own thing right now. That's, again, kind of the point. You guys don't have to be copying everything I'm doing right here. You can be in some other program doing your thing as long as we're, working on our passions together. That's the whole point of this time. Saturday, instead of Saturday morning cartoons, Saturday morning VFX. Just have some fun. So thanks for stopping by, Jazzy. Much appreciated. And welcome to the channel. Okay, so we want this little support to come up. Maybe we can grab these. Let's see. Let's come in from the side view. Bam. To hide the gizmo, that's Alt D. If it's in your way, you can get rid of it. Let's grab these. We want to come up with these. We want our gizmo back, Alt D, probably up to here. And then we can grab gizmo. Something like that. Same for the other side. Something like that, just to support this thing and keep it upright. And it doesn't need that many. Let's see, how do I lower the amount of this thing? Subdivision? There we go. Good enough. Cool. All right, so that's our little track system. And I want to test this out. So if I copy this over here, and this is just a test. We can come back and do this for real. Right? And I'll just hit the midpoint of all of that. Control drag that. Drag it again. All right, so we have this like railing that we want for our ball, this track. Perfect. I'd probably go back in and bevel out all of this stuff. So the caps, we can bevel everything, bevel the outside. But I want to see, here's my test. Here's what I want to test out. Can we curve this? So if I take all of this and I group it into a null, I want to wrap this to a spline. So if I, have a spline like, say, I don't know, we go to a top view, comes down like this, go into a side view, and back around again. Right, very much like the shape of our first little setup. Something like that. And we go in and let's go ahead and chamfer these bits. So we'll just go right click chamfer. Bam. It's curved, nice and curved. And I want this to deform to this. And this might take me a couple tries and I might need y'all's help in the chat, but let's see what we can do here. So this null needs to get essentially spline wrapped around this. Zarek. Wait. You are the vape god. Oh my goodness. Derek. What's up, dude? Yo. I'm super glad that you love watching the streams. Awesome, man. You're gonna build an incredible and inspiring. Oh wait, well, hold on. Let me just read this. I love watching your streams and everything you are doing to build an incredible and inspiring CG community. Currently learning ZBrush and C4D. Make a Deus Ex film. Oh man, that's like my favorite game ever. God, that'd be so cool. Man, Derek, thanks for the super chat, man. Good to see ya. Very good to see ya. Man, it's been a minute since we hung out. I just remember filming Primtech with you, being in my boxers, and you just being all zombied out and us playing Smash Bros. I remember that. It was awesome. Thanks for popping by, and thanks for the support, man. You didn't have to do that. That's very nice of you. All right, so let's see if we can get this thing to get wrapped around this. So it's going to be this null needs a line to spline. No, it needs it's a deformer. So it's going to be one of these. This might be driving you all crazy. If you know the answer, let me know. Spline wrap? Let's try it. I'll put that in the null, and it's looking for a spline. It wants this spline right here. And hey, that kind of does it. That's very, very close to what we're looking for, but I just need it to smoothly blend, and I need it to be upright at all times. Yo, MDK, Deus Ex is one of your all-time favorite games as well? We have a lot to talk about. Deus Ex 1, I probably beat that game countless times. That was my favorite game as a kid on the PC. So good. Okay, so let's see if we can take care of the smoothing issue first. So it looks like it's coming from... Well, maybe we mess with the spline wrap options first. Fit to spline or keep length. So we could do either or. I think fit to spline is good. We can clamp or extend. We'll leave it there. Yeah, I need to subdivide my spline. The rail, I believe, is what is the upright. So if I control drag this same spline up, control drag this spline up, this will be our rail. And if we go to the spline wrap, we can point that to that. So that fixes our upright situation. always upright. Okay, now it looks like it just needs to be subdivided. So let's grab these guys and let's add some height segments. Cool. So all of these 100 height segments, and that's kind of it. Like that's kind of what we're going for, huh? Pretty sweet. Amazing. All right. So that does that. It takes care of that. And the only thing I don't like is the fact that it's stretching this stuff like this. So I don't know if there's any sort of like way to fix that, but I honestly don't think you're going to see it from the view we're at. So I really wouldn't worry, but let's see if this works. Let's take this sphere and let's see if it goes down this track. Let's bring it up here. Let's take this whole null object. Let's give it a collider body and the sphere will be a rigid body, and let's just hit play. Okay, so it needs to be a static mesh. It is a static mesh. Happening here. Interesting. Okay, so it's not actually making contact with this thing. And I wonder why. I wonder if it's because I need to inherit tag, apply tag to children. I mean, the other way to do it is to actually just give all of these their own tag here. I'll select them all and I'll just select automatic, and this should fix it. So it's passing through this here. I think it's because it's too small. So I'm going to hit Control D, Dynamics, Expert. We'll take the collision margin to 0.1 and the scale to 1. So that knows it's dealing with a little bit smaller of a scale. And it's hitting some weirdness here. So, okay, let's set the steps per frame to 10. And see, that's basically saying how many times does it check to see if it's correct. And then let's go ahead and try this again. Let's go into the right. I don't know why it's hopping over these things. Technically, okay, so technically the only thing it needs to really be hitting are the cylinders and not those sweeps. Interesting. Okay, so this is some Chris Schmidt territory right here. Control D, let's try collision margin. Try 1 again. Whoa. 0.5. No. It shouldn't be the hitbox of the ball. I mean, we could change it to automatic box ellipsoid. Would it be ellipsoid? It's just passing through that. Convex hull is not gonna work. I just don't know why it's getting pushed to the right here. And I also wonder, if this is taking place after, let's see, let me try this again. The lighter body, static mesh. There we go. There we go. So, okay. That works. Hey, that's perfect. That's perfect. All right, let's save this. My goodness. So the benefit of this is that we can take our spline and we can adjust it. Right? So it can be whatever we want it to be, at any length, any shape. That's the beauty of this workflow, is because we don't know. We want to make sure it works. We want to make sure it's correct. So like we can take it like that and change it, make it all weird. And that's definitely not gonna, we'll see how that goes. Let's try it. It gets stuck, yeah, because the metal's all bent up. But man, that is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. That's exactly what we want. I love it when things work out. Yeah, the good old turn it on and turn it off again move. Totally worked for us. Ataxia. Xtaxia. What's up? Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for dropping by. You love watching me go through the workflow. I'm glad. I'm glad. You're trying to learn more and participate, but don't have much time due to work. Wish you the best though. Hey, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for saying hello. Thanks for the kind words. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the workflow. You know, it's not perfect, certainly not perfect, and it's not really cleaned up and got the got the T's crossed and the I's dotted. But it's still fun to do, and I'm glad that you guys can learn from this. So another cool thing we can do is actually change the friction on this. So if we take the friction to 0, it's just gonna like butter. That's so cool. I love it. Yeah, that totally works. So let's copy this into our scene. So we're gonna we can get rid of the sphere. Let's take this null. So this null is going to be our pipe setup. So this is our ball track. And these are our splines and rails. So spline, this will be spline A, rail A, right? And then we'll group all of this together into track 1. Let's copy that, bring it into our main scene. And we can go ahead and hide this spline wrap. We don't need to see that. Let's see if we can get this lined up just right. We want it to drop in and land right about there. And we'll take our spline A. And we'll adjust it. Actually bring spline A, the whole thing. Crunch it down just a little bit. Cool. And we'll take our endpoint and just kind of center that up. Perfect. So now things are a little bit more uniform, looking good. Awesome. And we'll grab all of this, bring it up a little bit more. Ball drops right into there. And let's go ahead and grab these 2 points here and move them up. Technically, I feel like we would need to, oh no, we can actually crunch it. So let's grab everything, hit T, and just crunch it down. So we're just kind of decreasing the slope. Whoa, that's crazy. And we need to move it with the rail, because the rail is what lets everything know it needs to be facing the right direction. So we'll move the rail all the way up, out. Boom. Okay, so that's our first little piece there. Let's take this point and bring it up just like that. Cool. And let's start dropping this ball in and see where it goes. So simulation, we'll do rigid body, and we'll hit go. All right, so looks like get rid of this piece. And my settings were solid on the last project, and I believe everything was, if I hit Control D, under expert, collision margin was 0, and steps per frame was set to 10. Let's go back and see if that works. Yep, that works just fine. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Okay, so that's looking good. That's looking good. You know, we hit play, it drops right in, and it starts doing what we want it to do. Now the next section, let's try and get this next little railing piece set properly. And it might actually even be the same piece, but we'll make connector pieces as necessary. All right, so let's make this second round of railing here. So let's grab our spline tool. Let's orient ourselves. All right, and it looks like it starts back here. Boom. And then this takes us down this way. And down this way. And across. Perfect. Okay, so we'll take that. Move it over. Something like that. We can delete this. Right, so this will be spline B. Right, I'm going to control drag this. Actually, no, not yet, not yet. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll make an instance of this spline B. So if we, let's see, make an instance, spline B instance, I move this up. Whatever we do to spline B down here will kind of be mimicked up here since it's an instance, right? So if we take this spline B, this will be called rail B. And I want to chamfer these corners. So holding shift, we'll get all that good stuff. Amazing. Chamfer. Boom. Right? So we rounded out those edges. And it takes place up here as well. So any changes we make down here will occur up there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So now we want to apply our rail system to spline B. So let's go ahead and take our ball track. I'm going to control drag this out. Okay. Ball track. Let's go ahead and call this track A, spline A, rail A. And in fact, let's delete rail A. Let's make that instance, set up that instance situation. Let's move the instance up. Okay, and then we need to repoint it. So track A, that spline wrap, we need to tell it where the rail is again. And then that way it'll actually, wait, hold on, what just happened? Oh, it's because I have two. It's because we just duplicated it. So that's track A. And let's go ahead and include here. Yep. Everything's nice and neat. Okay. And then spline B and rail B. We want this is ball track. So this will be track B. And track B, let's go ahead and throw all this stuff in here. And we'll, bam, group that. This will be called track B as well. Okay. So everything's just in its own folder. Now we just need to point this in the right direction. So spline wrap, it needs to look to spline B and rail B. And things are looking good. Awesome. Super cool. Spline boy, yeah, that's me. Friggin' Spline City. Okay, let's see. All right, so we got track B figured out. And it should have the same, yep, static mesh. Be all good. Let's see what happens. Let's just hit play. Ball's gonna go to the end. It's gonna fly off the rails because our box needs a collider body. Simulation, collider body. And it needs to be, whoa. And it needs to be a static mesh. Yes, because it is a concave surface. Whoop. Yep. So I wonder, can we get this to end a little sooner? What happens then? Ooh. To catch it, it needs to be caught at the end. I wonder if I come out this way. Like this. That's so janky. Okay, hold on. And this will have to be chamfered. I get a nice curve on it. That's going to go off the rails hard. Needs to be back. Something like that. Can it make the jump? Who knows? It's probably not going to be like this for real, but... Oh, it did it! Oh, that's so sick. Whoop. That's great. That's great. This happens really fast. Let's queue it up so that this happens on frame 112 or 113. So we have this all situated. So I'm going to go to dynamics, uncheck enabled. We'll go to frame 112, make a keyframe, go forward one frame to frame 113. We'll turn it on. We'll make that keyframe. That way it's going to line up with our camera. And let's go ahead and actually hide these rails. We don't need to see the rails. I'll hide them in the viewport. We know they're there though. That's super cool. So it's going too fast. Like the gravity is fine. That's how it's supposed to look, but we need a couple more like modules in between here to slow down the ball, right? I'll save it as a new version. V3, making progress, saving iterations. It's looking good. Pretty sweet. The reason we have all these buffer frames at the beginning and the end is so that when we're in the montage, you're going to see the next render being queued up. You know what I'm saying? So there's actual parallax. Because they're all going to stack on top of each other, each submission. And the ball will feel like one ball throughout all these submissions. I could certainly add more friction, but I feel like it needs one more element, maybe two more elements. Perhaps up, here instead of a full on drop. Wonder what the best way is to do this. This is difficult. This is a difficult challenge we're all doing here. It really is difficult to be able to come up with a smart contraption that is easy to read and doesn't feel like there's too much going on, but also not enough going on. It needs to look aesthetically pleasing, and it needs to feel like the contraption is serving some sort of purpose. Like it's doing, instead of just going down a gumball machine, I feel like going down a gumball machine is the bare minimum, but it'd be so much cooler if your contraption had so many different pieces to it, Let me go back to my list. We had a list of things that we voted on. A water wheel could be interesting in the middle. Something down the middle, maybe, where the ball goes in and so pipes, we have frosty pipes, a penguin. Maybe we'll sneak a penguin in there. Ice packs. Where would the ice packs go? Don't know. Vents? Steamy vents? I mean, those could just be like aesthetic. Those are aesthetics. Falling snow are aesthetics. Frozen ice ramp. What about some type of tube for the ball to fall from, but with tiny frozen icicles inside that breaks off when the ball passes? Slow it down. So maybe instead of it dropping, Well, technically, okay, so it needs to exit this thing somehow. So it needs to exit this thing somehow. How's it going to exit this thing? Hmm. Best way to do this. How are we going to do this? So the ice cubes are going into the ice maker. Hmm. All right, visual, what you got? Spin the ice exit thing. Okay, toward the hole. So you're saying spin this essentially toward the hole. Oh, so the ball goes in the ice. I see what you're saying. So the ball will go into the ice maker thing. Got you. Okay. So it goes in as well. All right. All right. It would essentially need to like, or I could just go around. You know, it goes around and drops right in. Like it can come here, it goes around, and then down into the exit. All right, so how would I do this? Here. I don't know why. Like this. It's so weird. It's like, it's the wrong one. That. And this. And it could like go down. I might be getting carried away, but essentially like banks off the back of that. And then we would have to chamfer these. God, that's so jacked. It's so messed up. Oh man, that's crunchy. What does that even look like? It doesn't look good, that's for sure. Okay, that needs to be chamfered. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And for this guy. I'll even make that? Wow, it does. That's cool. One piece at a time here. I wonder if I select let's see, if I select keep length, let's keep trying it. Yeah, the jank is real, but it's working, that's for sure. So the rest of this looks awful. Absolutely awful. So I'm going to get rid of this here. And I think what I could do is actually, potentially, I could take these guys, these bottom ones, make them editable, and push this back. No, no, no. Could potentially, as a way to slow the ball down, I could lift this up. See if this works. Cam Reviews, what's up? Thanks for the super chat. Maybe the ice fills up the container at the bottom enough by the time the ball gets down there that it guides it to the exit. Interesting idea. Interesting. Lashlan says, hey Clint, just wanted to say, love the render montages and seeing you pwnisher Ren on the last stream. Dude, I love just punishing Ren in Smash Bros all the time. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm glad that was amazing. That was amazing. Thanks for the super chats, everybody. You guys are very helpful. I really appreciate y'all. It helps out a lot. That's kind of cool though. It kind of works out. We just need to get the ball down into this thing. So I think the best way to do so is to just probably have a crossbar here and the bottom kind of falls out. So I just need to choose the right side. But it looks like if I make that editable, I make that editable. And let's go ahead and adjust pieces here, like perhaps UL is a loop selection. We can grab this piece. And if we just move it off to the side, is that doing it down here? Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's like that'll be our exit. And I'll do it with a soft selection. So if we select the move tool, we enable soft selection and we take the radius down to like 2. You can see how it has it bend just a little bit more smoothly. It's affecting the other polygons in a fall off. So if I select 20, you can see how it selects them back over here. And what we want to do is actually, instead of linear, we'll whoa, goodness. Boy, okay. Let's just reset things. Get. Hold on, I'm turning notifications off. So annoying. Okay. So back to it, right? Move tool, enable it. 2 centimeters is good, and we can actually select bell curve in it. 0.52, moving it 0.52. 0.5, all right, and then we'll grab the other one and we'll do the same. 0.5 in the other direction, roughly, right? And then when we come back here, the ball should drop out, but I think we need to go a little bit wider than that. So let's keep adjusting, hitting S. That'll snap to what we have selected. Let's go another 0.5 on both sides. And let's see what happens. I'm actually going to bake it. That way we can view it faster. Cache, we'll bake it. We'll scrub. All right, so it looks like it. I wonder if we have a stopper here, if it'll actually stop it. So rotation, hold shift. And we'll theme the stopper once we can confirm this works. Like about there. All right, and we'll give it a lighter body, and we'll hide it. And we'll rebake, we'll clear the cache, we'll bake it, and we'll scrub to this point. Hey, it works. It falls through. Amazing. And if our ice chest has dynamics, which it should, collider body, and we clear the cache, we bake it again, scrub through, we're getting close. We're getting, oh boy, we're getting close. So it looks like we just need to have this fall. We need to adjust the splines so it is a little bit more over the hole. We'll go to spline 2, spline B, right? Have all those guys and just take these last 2, scoot it over. This one, put it over a little bit more, a little bit more. And let's see what this does. Let's clear the cache. We'll bake it again and we'll scrub. And hey, that's a hoop right there. That's a hoop. So here's the thing. It's going through at frame 273. We need to get it to go through at frame like between 335 and 340. So we need another couple seconds on that. Another 2 seconds. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? One way is to slow the ball down with friction, okay? So let's see. How are we going to do this? I just realized I have pizza. I have leftover pizza. Christian, thanks for the super chat. Absolutely loving the challenge. Trying to do a Rocket League inspired one. Yes. Rocket League is my favorite game ever. Just remember that the ball needs to stay a chrome ball. It has to enter a chrome ball and it has to exit a chrome ball. So if you're trying to turn it into a Rocket League ball, then you'll have to somehow morph it into a Rocket League ball in the middle of your animation time. It's just important that we keep the ball, all of the balls, we want to keep them as chrome as possible. That way it looks like it's the same ball going through the same thing. Also, no, this is the best way to do it. You have your chrome ball drop in, and it triggers a chain reaction that launches the Rocket League ball. It serves the Rocket League ball. So you have the chrome ball fall in, and it hits a ramp, and it bumps the Rocket League ball. They do the thing, whatever, and then when they score the goal in the Rocket League ball, it spawns the chrome ball that falls into the exit port. So that's how I would do it personally. Okay. So let's check our animation. We need to buy ourselves 2 seconds so that the ball is exiting at the right time. I think the biggest way we're losing time or speeding up time is with this drop. So this drop is huge and it's taking up a lot of time, and I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to solve that. So while the ice cubes go down that chute, maybe our ball could what could happen in this space here? By the way, the only way you can scrub dynamics is if you guys bake your cache. You gotta bake it. So instead of a ball falling, it can go off the edge and maybe trying to think. Nah, low gravity? Nah. I ain't gonna cheat it. We're gonna figure this out. So one thing I'm thinking of is just some random I don't know how this would apply to the scene here. Spring? We had a cone above the hole and make it fall into it. A cone. Okay, I was thinking something like a cone. Or something here. Something here that could happen. Loop the loop. I could loop the loop. But we got a lot of loops. Maybe we can add something else in here. Stick to an icicle, a roundabout. I mean, a roundabout, yeah, I could, but that's cheating, we got a lot of roundabouts. Random colliders to bounce it off of. Yes, I was thinking about that. A spiral could work, but we're right up against the wall here. And there's not really enough room for like a funnel. Unless it comes out this way and goes that way. I don't know. I wanted to keep things ice themed, like having some icicles. Icicles on the side don't really match. Yeah, it could hit something and activate another ball. Certainly. Yeah, dynamic settings for sure. There you go. I've only changed the collision margin and the steps per frame. Brakes and icicle. Like I could see here's what I'm imagining. There's something like this on the side. Imagine like this, right? So what? Oh, there we go. Frost buildup on the track that slows it down. That would definitely justify it KM, but I'm trying to figure out a way to slow it down by another means instead of just slowing it down on the track. I want to add another element here. And this is kind of what I'm thinking. Like, it hits a bunch of these, you know, on the way down. And it kind of goes through this kind of setup. I don't know exactly how this would work, but hits that, and then like hits that, and they just kind of guide it down. But these are just random little things. They're not really like icicles are the closest I could get probably to including them into the ice theme, but let's bake the cache. Okay, so that one just stops. Let's try that again. Clear and bake. That pops off and then just flies through here. Needs to like hit something there. This one needs to be here, and it essentially needs to come to a stop and bounce on something. So boom, there we go. See, that's what we're looking for. Bam, and then it rolls backwards and probably hits another one here. And this is the cool thing about baking it and going through. You can actually like get very specific with things here. Let's try it again. Clear and bake. That's certainly one way of doing it, but I just don't know like what that would be, you know? Breaking an icicle and hitting another ball is a cool idea. I just don't yeah, I could probably figure that out. There's icicles on the top. And there's an icicle at the end. Let's see where this gets us. 250. How did it end even faster this time? What? That makes no sense. How did it end faster? Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hard interpolation. And then we chamfer it again. That jacks things up. Let's try hard interpolation on all of these. See what that does. A little ramp or something. All right, so that's too much. Okay, so I guess it doesn't have that much speed coming off of this anyway. Hmm. All right, that's interesting. So a third setup of some sort. Okay, here's an idea. Yeah, okay, so Tommy White, thank you. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a new track. Let's do a pen tool, or spline tool rather. And up into our side view. And it's essentially going to be a 1, 2, 3. Very simple. Move it over. Line it up generally. Okay, great. So we want take track B, we'll duplicate that. We'll call that track C. And we can get rid of these because we just added our new one. Track C. We'll turn off the spline wrap for a second. It's not doing anything. Okay, so spline wrap wants to go around this spline. This spline will give an instance that will go up. That will be rail C. Spline C. Okay. Spline C, rail C. Okay, and then let's do keep length or fit to spline. All right, so let's go ahead and fill this out a little bit because it's really intense. It can be a lot shorter, certainly a lot shorter. So we'll take this whole setup here. We can take all of these, make them a lot shorter. And let's go ahead and delete turn off here. And we'll hit UI and we'll grow selection. Delete that. So here, UI, that's grow selection. Delete that. MD. That is your patch tool. Patching holes like a doctor. MD. Okay, so we got that. Crunch down a lot more. Let's take, we only need 3 of these things. Maybe 1 at the end, 1 at either end, and 1 in the middle. Wow, it's doing some nutty stuff. We'll take the spline wrap. Let's actually make a new one. Spline wrap, new one. We'll drop it in here and we'll tell it that's what we want. Okay, so it's still insane. I wonder if I just need to smooth this out, so I'll chamfer this. And we will keep the length. Whoa, that's pretty cool. So it doesn't look great right now, but let's see what this does. Yeah, and that's essentially what I'm looking for. Let's give this guy collider body, clear the cache, bake it again. Something like that. Yep. And that takes our ball out at 280. So we still need like another 50 frames. My goodness. All right. Very difficult. I'm wondering, let's see if we can give this thing some friction. So maybe we take the ball. It has 90% friction. The rails. These could maybe, let's give these 30% friction and see what happens. And it gets stuck right there at 30% friction, right at the top. So maybe we take this down to 20% friction and we see what that happens there. Okay. Let's keep going with it. 10% friction. Wow, how is it getting worse? 2% friction. Okay, 1%. 1% friction. Clear the cache, bake it again, and we can scrub through and see. All right. That's a lot closer to where we want to be. That's like within 2 frames. So let's see what it looks like. All right, not bad. Yeah, that's it. It's within 2 frames of where we want to be. So, two frames, huh? Okay, let's see. Maybe we can just take this spline A, grab this point, and make the decline not as steep. Jimmy James! Yo, thanks for the super chat, man. Says, hey Clint, we'll be watching later. You're the best. Thanks for making the impossible seem possible. Best therapy and art inspiration on the internet. Man, that means so much. Thank you. I'm just sitting here trying to figure crap out. I'm glad that you enjoy it so much, man. Those are some super kind words. Much appreciated. Have a good day. Enjoy your Saturday. Go get some food. Go chill out. And I'm gonna wrap up this render. We have the majority of the hard stuff done. It's just like, you know, building out the rest of it. The ice cubes dropping in will be no problem. It'll be super easy. Then we'll texture things, and I'm not gonna have you guys sit through the render, but I'll show you on the next stream. But hey, Jimmy James, before you go, if you hadn't left already, let me show you what I made last stream, because y'all technically hadn't seen it in its full glory yet. Check it out. So there's this random like the ball stops at like 2 little random spots. So if this was going to be my official submission, I would probably go back and tweak it, but I think it turned out really cool. It loops perfectly. You can see how this montage will actually look like. And instead of it being a looping version of my render, it'll be a new render every time. So that's what we'll be doing together. You can see how the in point and out point is really important. Because then it looks like the ball is seamless, right? So you have to start the animation at the specific time. You have to get the ball through the hole at the very specific window, so it looks like it's matching together. And if you notice those buffer frames, that's why I'm having you render all 450 frames, is because technically you're seeing the render down below before your animation starts. And you're also seeing it at the end too. So it's important to render all the frames so that this works seamlessly together. Yeah. All right. So let's see if this worked. $351. All right. So I need to kind of undo what I just did there and come down by a hair. Between 335 and 340. So technically, let's try that again. Let's just undo it, clear the cache, bake it again, and see where we can get this thing. So that's 2 frames off. Okay. Let's get in here. Move this down just a hair. Like you see, that was just a pixel. Try it again, and we'll see how much that affected it. Somehow that sped it up. What the heck? Wow, that's so strange. Maybe we can make this slope here a little less extreme. So spline B, that. Let's see what that does. Let's bake it down. I think that's it. So that's 335. 336, 37, 38. Yep, that's in. So that's our window. 335 to 340. The ball has to be gone. So 338, I still see a piece of it, but 339, it's gone. You see that? So on frame 339, it disappears. I say that's a win. That's baked in. Now what we have to do is essentially just the dynamics portion of everything is done. Minus these ice cubes falling down. But other than that, things are finished. So we gotta make it look nice. We gotta get the ice cubes to work, and then we'll be done. All right. Scourge Wolf, yo, Thanks for the super chat. Quick silly question before you stop. At no point can the ball have any upward force for the submission? No, upwards force is fine. You can do whatever you want in your box. You can have it hit a trampoline and go flying up and start bouncing all over the place. Yeah, no, that was never a rule. You can have it do whatever you want in here. As long as it, as long as you follow the rules and have it enter and exit at those required frames. But yeah, you can have upwards force for sure. You can like hit a bunch of blow dryers, and get balanced in the air or something. I don't know. Sweet. Okay. So let's lock in these ice cubes. I'm going to clear the cache. Let's go to the sphere and bake only the sphere. Where are you, ball? There you are. Cache. We'll bake the object. Perfect. All right, we are at 2.5 hours. Let's see if I can spend the next hour making this thing look decent and functioning, and then we'll call it. Okay. Nuck 4, you are correct. Just a simple track. This is the minimum. This is the bare minimum. I think for my next stream next week, I'm going to try and have something a lot more complicated already like worked out, and I'm going to kind of wrap it up on the stream. That's my goal. Because in my mind, what I see in my head is a lot more complicated than what I have right here. But let's build out the ice cube tray. Let's build this out. All right, so we'll take these guys. Let's take this down. Like that. And make the slope a bit more extreme. Cool. And then let's hit it with select everything. And let's make sure our normals are correct. And I'm just going to do a little extrude on it with caps. So we got some thickness to this. Technically not the best geometry. And then let's throw it into a subdivision surface and make some cuts. Something like that. Oh, what's going on back here? That doesn't look good. That's probably my bevel or my extrude. I'm going to undo this back to that extrude because I don't think that really worked out. Oh, and it's kind of jacked up from the start. Ah, I see. There's some... Ah, okay. Let's redo this part. Okay. And this will drop it down. We will patch this whole MD. What up, Chris? Can you add an Omniverse start scene for the challenge? I suppose. I just don't know anything about it, and I wouldn't be able to support or show anything. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's using Omniverse to create this, though. Only thing. I'm gonna hit MWMS. Give that the extrude or the bevel. And then we can delete this section here. We want to give this thickness. So the best way to do that, I mean, we could put it into a cloth modifier. Let's see. Shift C, cloth surface. Let's pull out a tag. Yeah, no, cloth surface. We'll drop that into the cloth surface, and we'll give it 1 centimeter of thickness, 0.5 maybe. It's doing some weird stuff here. Zero subdivisions, so that just gave it some thickness, is essentially what that is doing. We're not baking it in. And then on top of that, we can try a subdivision surface. That looks so gross. I think my geometry is just jacked up. Okay, so this isn't bad. Oh, that's pretty bad. Hmm. Yeah, it's these n-gons here that are making it look really nasty. Wondering if potentially, let's see. Throw a bevel modifier in there. I feel like I just have to redo this geometry from the top if I want this to work. Ugh. Hmm. All right. Let's do it. Let's take it into a new scene and create this properly. All right, how am I gonna do this? I feel like this is working, except working all except for this bottom piece down here. Yeah, okay. Doesn't help that that's there either. KM reviews, yes. Starting over sometimes is the way to do it. And I'm just about at that point. Starting over and just doing this from scratch. The glove I don't have with me today, but that's for my tablet so that my oils and like if I get sweaty or something, it doesn't stick to the top of the tablet. I can glide over it really easily. Okay. I wonder if a bend modifier would work. Be down in here. Like this. I'm gonna start this thing over. Polygon. Scale this thing down. Make it editable. Slope right. We'll pick up the edges. Grab these points. Up. And we can select these 4 points. Hit T. Hold shift. Bring it down to 0. That way they're all aligned. They're perfectly horizontal. All right, from here, just want this bit out. We can delete this face here. MB will bridge bits. Awesome. Okay, so that's that piece. And then from here, we want to add some walls. Control drag down. Make a cut. And open up this face here. As well as bridge these pieces there. All right, so we should have 1 point in the corner. Yep, 1 point in the corner. I'm gonna control A to select all the points, hit UO to optimize to make sure we don't have any overlapping points. Okay, so that is generally what we're going for here. This is the flat version of what we're going for. Now, if we wanted to thicken this up, I could take this, let's hit Control A on the faces, and let's first reverse our normals. Okay, and then D will be our extrude, and let's just crank it. And it's looking like we're getting some errors here. We need caps, so create caps. This bit, this corner that's really screwing things up. Technically, I feel like this should... How should this actually look? Like we need this to go that way and this to go that way, and then all of that to meet in the middle, so we could bridge that. Delete that. This is just where things get confusing for me here. Yeah, cloth modifier I tried, so cloth surface, drag it in, give it some thickness. And it's doing the same thing. And I wonder if the bend modifier could work on this. $90, and we can flip this around, point it up. Yeah, it'd be like, I feel like it'd be like this. Hold on, I'm onto something. Let me take off the cloth and the bend, and let's just delete all that. Bring this whole thing down. Give it the cloth back. Bend modifier. And then we would just need to subdivide it. So probably from like from here. It's a bit more proper. We can scale the bend modifier down. Something like that. That could totally work. And let's grab this polygon and maybe give this a little bit of. In fact, let me just grab this whole thing, this whole polygon, and let's throw a bevel modifier in it. 0.5, 0.25 maybe, and we'll give it like 3 subdivisions. And then I want to do another one. I'll control drag that. And this one, we will use a selection. So let me, this point, yeah, this edge right here. Let's make a selection. I'll grab that selection tag and I'll drop it into the new bevel. And we'll turn up the offset to like 3 centimeters. There we go. And we'll give it like 6 subdivisions. So that way, it's actually, we have control over both of those angles. So man, that was, we rigged that up. And then now it has thickness. Oh, what's happening there? Why is there an indent like that? Interesting. Oh, is it because it's not hitting? Need to hit the other one too? There is no other one. It's just that one. Without the cloth, without that. Is it doing that? That's strange. So strange. I don't know why that is doing what it's doing. Why is it cutting in like that? It's probably because, well, it's not because of the cloth surface either. Vertex bevel. Corner n-gons. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. No, it's not the second chamfer. Well, I am... Wait, maybe I just optimize everything. Control A. UO for optimize. Oh, that's not... so strange. Do I need more cuts or something? Shouldn't. Wow, that's doing crazy stuff. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna copy this, and we're gonna live with it because we gotta get this thing done. Wait, and let's move this over. Awesome, awesome. All right, so we got this ice chute finished. I think the next thing we got to do is figure out this ice chest on the bottom. Right. The ice chest should be easy. It's probably, I mean, it should be easy. Let's go ahead and select everything. Control A, all right? We'll hit D, extrude inner. Boom, give it some thickness. Awesome, we'll hit it with a bevel modifier. We're gonna hit it with 2 bevel modifiers like we did last time. So holding shift, let's make a bevel modifier. And do 0.25 on the edges like that. With 2 subdivisions. And then let's go ahead and make a much thicker bevel. Holding shift, we'll do another bevel modifier. And this time, let's go ahead and grab this corner. Let's grab this corner. Let's grab this corner. Technically, we need all of these too. Grab this corner in the back. This corner. Let's grab all these corners. I think we can actually just do a... It's not a loop selection, it's a ring selection. So that would be, where are you? Under select. Goodness. Invert, hide, shrink. Ring selection, UB. So instead of UL, it's UB. That's a ring selection around this thing. And we'll make a selection tag. You can do that by going to select, set selection, or I have that pinned up here as a button. So I'll just click that because I use it all the time. We'll apply that to the new bevel and we'll really crank it. My goodness, this should be working. Why is it not working? guess I need more subdivisions on this thing. So or the other option is to just MS. Okay, so yeah, it's going into itself like that. So I think it just needs, you know, a few there, a few there, a few there. See what that does. Still jacked up on those corners there. Everywhere's just jacked up. Jeez. Okay, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Let's say screw the bevels. Let's undo all these subdivisions. Y'all can tell I have a hard time with modeling, huh? Let's get rid of the bevels. I thought that would work. And let's just throw it into a subdivision surface. So holding Alt, grab our subdivision surface, and we have this shape here. So we need to make some strategic cuts. The first one will be around the top, like this. That gives us a nice shape on the bottom of this thing. Right, so there are cuts here and here as well. And that will round out the top of this thing. Next, we'll want to make some cuts to work back some of the intense bevel that we have on this thing. So KL. With the cube selected, I can hit Q and toggle back and forth between subdivision and not. Start making some cuts along this thing. Like so. And that'll just give us some nice rounded edges there. That feels about right. That's our ice chest. We can even give it a little lip. A little overhang perhaps. So we can select this bit, extrude it out. And out one more time. Just a little something, a little lip on the end of it. And maybe just to spice things up a little bit, we can do a cut around this whole thing. And select this whole shape and extrude it out just a little bit. Make it look like it's like has a second layer to it or something. Like a little base piece or something like that. And let's go ahead and flip our normals. Reverse normals, I think it's UR. Yep, UR to reverse the normals there. All right, so the last thing we need to do is work these ice cubes. So let's make some ice cubes, yeah? This ice cube, this will be our reference. Boom. Let's go ahead and solo it. Okay. Thanks for hanging in with me, y'all. We're on the tail end of the modeling section of this. How am I gonna do this? Let's take this cube and subdivide it a couple times. So I'll make it editable. Select everything in polygon mode, segment mode there. Okay, Control A, and then to subdivide, it's US. I'll just think one of us. You're joining all the little subdivisions. One of us. And it's US. In us. That's how I remember it. The stupider you can make these little memory things, the better. I'll do one more. That should be good, because I'm going to subdivide, or I'm sorry, I'm going to deform this with some noise. So there's an ice cube, right? So let's take that. Let's bevel the edges. So I'm going to select just the edges here. Make that subdivision, or that selection tag. I'll click that button again. You can go to select that selection, and we'll give it a little bevel modifier and adjust that to ice cube level. Then we'll give it a what is it? What is this tag called? Displacer. Yes, a displacer. So let's take the displacer. We'll go to shading. We'll give it noise, C4D noise. Bam. And let's just take the intensity way down. So the strength or the height can just be 0.25 or maybe 0.5. And if we work, let's take the contrast all the way up. We'll take the scale, global scale down to like 20. You can see how it's affecting this, right? So you take the contrast up and down, it's really going to town on this ice cube. So we can probably take the global scale back down to like, I don't know, 15%. And then you just work in your strength. So zeroed out. It just, each one has a little bit of like deformation to it. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. And I'll make, maybe this will be the only one. I think we only need one. So let's select everything. And we'll make it editable, right? So I'm gonna select everything, right click, connect objects, plus delete. So this is our new ice cube that we'll be using. From here, let's bring back our scene. And let's figure out how many ice cubes we want hanging from this thing and how they're going to be hanging from this thing. So the ball can go down and probably like this. We'll just move all these across this little section here. And we'll randomly rotate one of these around. Just to mix it up a little bit. Awesome. Okay. Grab all this. Let's move it down a little bit. And we need the thing that the ice cubes are hanging from. So let's see. I'll make a cube. Hit T, we'll scale it down. And I want to make basically this little platform that the cubes can hang from. And this is based off of the reference that I took a look at of an ice maker. So it's basically something like that. We can give it a little fillet. Something like that. Cool. And on this, go ahead and make a cylinder. Scale that down. And let's hide the ice cubes for a second. And essentially what needs to happen is like there's these little metal pieces that the ice kind of like grows around. Or rather forms around, right? So I want to line this up. About like that. I'll make the cylinder editable. Go ahead and scale it down, hit T. Deselect Z, so should just scale. Yep, there we go. And because I'm lazy, I didn't deselect all this, so we can just hit MN to get rid of that. Very simple here, UL, P for scale, and I'll go ahead and just bevel these edges. MS. That. And up top here, UL, and then MS again, a little bit there. That's what the ice is kind of growing around. And then we'll just scale this down. Something like that. Perfect. So each ice cube is kind of situated on one of these little metal prongs. And as the ball rolls over, we will essentially just knock them down. Perfect, something like that. Let's see if we can't get this thing filled up with ice cubes, because it should have some ice cubes in it. Certainly. Yo, the flame wars begin, huh? Yeah, let's chill it out. Thanks, mods, for taking care of it. There's no anti-C4D or anti-blend or anything. You know, I'm just not the best at modeling. How about anti-pwnisher? How about that? Because I suck at modeling. No reason to to be negative about any of this stuff. So thanks for taking care of it, mods, and let's keep it clean, y'all. No reason to get discouraged. If you don't enjoy the stream, you know, you could dip out. It's all good. This is Cinema 4D. This is Cinema 4D. I love Cinema 4D. It makes everything very fun. Sweet. So we got this ball coming down this thing. Bam, it's gonna knock those ice cubes down. And it's gonna knock those ice cubes down and exit the contraption. Okay, so let's just see what happens if we give all these ice cubes dynamics here. I'm gonna select them all. Let's group them. Ice cubes. And we're going to need to control each one of these individually. So I'm going to right click and add a rigid body tag to each one of these. I'm also going to add a collider body to this ice chute thing. We'll add a collider body and we'll make sure it's set to static mesh. Yep. And we'll make sure our ice tray is also has a collider body and is also set to static mesh. Great. So let's hit play and see what happens. All right. I think everything kind of like fell in here and just stayed. So what we want to do is give our ice chute 0 friction, and let's see what happens there. Okay. Ice chute has 0 friction, but the ice tray should also have 0 friction. There we go. We got ice cubes chilling. Bam. Ice cubes in the ice tray. Very nice. So that kind of works. Let's see at what point we need to trigger dynamics for each one of these. So it looks like starting frame 148 to frame 161, we're going to trigger this. So 148 to 161, or let's just call it 160. 148 to 160. Okay. Let's go back to frame 0 here. I'm going to turn off dynamics for all of these. Frame 148 is the first frame where the first ice cube gets hit. All right. I'm going to go through and just make some keyframes. Boom. Move forward. Actually, let's make sure we got the right one. And we're moving in the right order. We're starting with this one down here. Okay. So make that keyframe, move forward a frame, turn it on, and make the other keyframe. I'm also going to just turn off dynamics throughout the entire scene so I don't, so we don't have ice cubes dropping all over the place. Ah, that messes with my ball. Okay, let's try that again. So let's enable dynamics. So the ice cube's hanging there until it's boom, triggered, and it falls down. Let's just make sure we move forward. With dynamics, if you start moving backward, it's a little tough, So this next one, we will make a keyframe so dynamics are off for this cube. We'll move forward one frame, we'll turn it on, and make that keyframe. Again, we're just going to keep going down the list. I'm going to make a keyframe when it's off, move forward a keyframe, turn it on. Next one is keyframe, one forward, make that keyframe. Next one, boom, boom, and then the final one, boom, and boom. So now you can actually see the ice cubes get triggered by this ball, or so it seems. Sweet. You're right, the cubes do need holes in the shape of those things. Yes, they do, but technically, no, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. But you're right. If this was like my submission for the month and I wasn't trying to get this done on the stream, I would 100% be doing that. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this happen on this next little chunk of cubes down here. I'm gonna just copy this whole system. Cube, ice cube, city. I'm gonna grab all these holding shift. And I'll control drag it down. And we'll fit it to this little section down here. We'll move everything up. Can I not do that? Alt D gets rid of the gizmo so we can clearly select what we need to select. Dang it. What'd I press? All right, so this is tray 1 and this is tray 2. All right, tray 2 has like a little slope, upward slope on it. All right, so let's go ahead and adjust this appropriately. Something like that. Boom, we'll bring it up and then we'll adjust all this stuff accordingly. And all we really need to do is offset the dynamics triggers. To match where the ball is at. Because they already have the dynamics triggers. Tray 2 does. They're going to be triggered at the same time tray 1 is triggered. But we want to trigger them later. So we play through the scene and we wait till the ball gets to the second area. Right up in here, okay. Let's select these guys. Shift F3 brings up the dope sheet, and that is where you can see all your keyframes. So we need to move these guys. See, this all needs to move over. All of this needs to move over. So essentially what I'll do here, let's go ahead and dock this. Get up in there. Cool. Yeah, it's going uphill, so it slows down, so it's a little different. Let's go ahead and we'll go back. We'll start the first one. here. Right, so that's on. Next one. Boom. Falls there. Next one is triggered about there. The third one is about there. Fourth one is about here. And the fifth one is like 1 frame late. Right up in there. Okay, so now it should work out. This whole machine just kind of does its thing. Amazing. The last thing I want to do before I call it in terms of the simulation is just put some ice cubes already in this thing. So I think the the best way to do that, let's try it with an emitter. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Shift C, pull up the emitter, and we're going to emit dynamic. Let's actually build this in another scene. So I'm gonna grab one of these cubes, Control C to copy it, Control N, new scene. We'll paste it into our new scene. We'll zero out its position, and we're going to make an ice cube launcher, essentially. So what we'll do, let me go ahead and reset my layout. Let's make an emitter. That's going to be under simulate, somewhere up in here, particles emitter. And if we hit play, see it's firing out these particles, right? We want to point this down. We want to fire ice cubes down into the machine and have it be hidden, right? It's firing these ice cubes down. The birth rate is 10 and 10. Basically, that means you want more or you want less, you know? Stop emission. Let's say we want all frames. So stop emission 220. We want it to just go. We can change this as needed, right? So what we'll do, let's go ahead and throw down a plane. We'll give this plane a collider body. And we have a cube. Let's go ahead and delete the rigid body off of that, but I'll add a new one, rigid body. So you saw it fall down, boom, boom. Right, and there's some jitteriness. We can probably figure out how we're going to deal with that in a second. But for now, this is working. Working how we want it to work. Falling down, it's hitting this. We want the emitter to emit these cubes. So I'm going to make the cube child of the emitter. Nothing's happening. Select the emitter, show objects, hit play, and now we just have a ton of ice cubes falling down onto the floor here. That's exactly what we want. So I'm going to copy this emitter, bring it back into our scene. I'm going to save a new version of this, right? Because we want to keep saving iterations. We don't want it to crash. We don't want to do something. We don't want to go down a path that we thought was cool, but it's not cool anymore, and you realize that 2 hours later. So that's why I save iterations, so I can go back to previous versions of my scene. So we'll put this ice cube spawner launcher thing inside of, I can't even tell where it is. If I can solo this, I'll solo both of these, the emitter and the tray. There we go. We'll just kind of have it up in here. We can scale it up. And we don't want to spawn so many it gets clogged. And it might get clogged. Let's just see what happens. It'll be fun. All right, for some reason they're stretched. I think that's because I messed with the shape of it. The heck? Yeah, I think it's because I scaled it. All right, so those cubes look normal. Let me just scale the emitter first. I'll get the emitter in place. And then I'll drop the cubes inside of that. Cool. Yeah, and that's working. So let's fill it up. Let's see what happens. And let's make sure the cube actually has friction, 90%. Let's give it 10% friction. So we'll spawn it for a certain point, and then we'll cut it off. I think I'm going to pause it here. A couple more frames forward. All right, let's save this. How do we bake this down? I hit C on the emitter. Wow, it just makes a bunch of cubes. It just poops out. Interesting how they all form like this. The best way to just lay a bunch of these down in here. Take that out. Doesn't need to go down the chute. Let's scale it up. So technically you're not seeing this at this point. So we'll spawn a bunch of ice cubes like below camera, you know? We'll stop it there and we'll cut it off. So let's do, we're cheating here. So the emitter will cut off at frame like 113. So it'll stop emitting. Yeah, let's do particle stop emission frame 113. So it'll spit out ice cubes for 113 frames when we can't see it. And then the scene will play out. It'll drop the ice cubes in. Scene will continue, and then it'll hit these guys down here. And I need to figure out a way so that these ice cubes aren't dancing all over the place when they're just being still, because technically that shouldn't be the case. So this is the ice cube machine. We can probably have the emitter spit out more ice cubes, so 15 and 15, so it really fills this thing up. And we can probably have them be spit out. Let's give it a random effector. Where are you? Here we go. Random effector on the emitter. So we're going to include this random effector. and we just want it to affect rotation. So it's going to be, 999 all the way across the board. That way, they should be coming out. We want to include that. Why is that not working? Include the random effector. Maybe there's a thing in the emitter. Rotation, 20 degrees, 1080. How about that? No, that works. That works. We don't need the random effector. It's built in. And let's go to our dynamic settings. Control D. Oh, tray friction is 0, and that's what's freaking it out. Let's give it a little bit of, let's give some friction to the tray. 1%. Maybe the tray has like, I don't know, 10% friction. And the ice cubes themselves. Yeah, the actual ice cubes themselves have 10% as well. But I think if I go to expert, collision margin, scale perhaps 1 centimeter. And the question is, does our ball actually do its thing? I'm gonna bake everything right now. So let's go dynamics, cache, clear cache, and bake. And it's gonna do its thing. Capes on my back. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you enjoy the community. It's fun. We gotta keep it fun. Keep it friendly, keep it fun. Have a good time. That's the whole point, right? We're having a good time. We're learning. Sypo's in the house, one of the moderators. Shout outs. I've seen visual MDK up in here, known as Juicy. It's a good time. Judd with the super chat. What is going on? Where would one buy this amazing ice machine? This amazing ice machine is not for sale. It is only available on youtube.com/pwnisher on this stream specifically. We're doing it. Doing it for real. For real. 56%, 57%. Let me turn on the ISO on this thing. Five minutes. Ah, my freaking legs. Thanks for sticking in with me, y'all. Doing this. We're gonna wrap this out. I don't think I have time to texture this whole thing. I need to get some food at a certain point. Man's gotta eat, you know what I'm saying? I got some pizza in the oven. Not in the oven. I start losing my mind by the end of the stream, so you know how it goes. Let's check it. Our simulation is about finished. If you guys want to join the Dynamic Machines render challenge, it's a community render challenge, meaning I'm going to take all of the submissions and piece them together into the ultimate Rube Goldberg contraption. We're going to make the biggest contraption the internet has ever seen. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, if you want to join, there's a link down below leading to the announcement video, and that has everything. Just keep following the links, you'll find it all. What else? Yeah, you guys have till August 1st. Use that time. Use all that time for your submission. Don't wait till the last hour to submit your render. You had some people last time who went over the mark, and it was a sad day for 40 people or so. So, start submitting on 3 days out or something like that, just to make sure you got everything figured out. Don't cut it to the edge, but take the time you have to make your render sweet. You don't have to start delivering stuff now. There's not even a submission link. yet. That's next week. Let's hop back in. All right. Let's see what we got. Pooping out some ice cubes. We got Ice Cube Town, dude. Oh, what happened to the ball? What happened to the ball? Oh, it went in. Look at this. That's great. It goes in to the contraption. Okay, so here's what we need to do. I want to scoot this thing. Track C. We'll scoot track C forward just a hair. And we'll see how that goes. So let's rebake, clear cache, bake it. And it's gonna do its thing. Amazing. So do y'all have any questions for me? I'm happy to answer some questions. We got about 2 minutes while this thing bakes down. I know the ball went, it's trying to be a cube, you know? Trying to be a piece of ice. Good times. We got some questions coming in. When will I render it? I'm gonna render it as soon as it's ready to render, which is probably once I texture it. But it might be cool to render a version without it being textured. Or maybe I just apply one ice material to everything and I hit go. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll do that right before we wrap things out. Thanks for joining me, y'all. Any questions? What kind of questions do we have? What are exactly the compositing limit of the submission? There's not really a compositing limit. I would just read the rules, go over the rules. It's in the Discord server. Is blood allowed in the submission? Yeah, I'd say so. Just no nudity. How is the entire contraption going to end? That's a great question. You'll have to find out in the montage. Absolutely. Can you create a story on top of the box before the ball drops? That would be cut in the montage, but still, I mean, you could, as long as you follow the rules. You could have that for like, if you want that to just be your thing, as your solo post, you can, but it'll certainly be cut from it. And if it breaks the montage, then I wouldn't be able to accept your render. So just be careful with whatever you're doing. Maybe do it after you submit. I don't know. But we have a finished bake here. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Dang. All right. Let's see if we can't fix this. Track B to come forward a little bit. Just a hair. Like so. Now let's see if we can't just bake the ball down, rebake the ball perhaps. Our ball, cache, we will so clear all cache. Does that mean for everything? It does mean for everything. Clear object cache, that's what I wanted. I should have cleared the object cache. All right, shoot. Well, I'll keep answering questions. We'll try this one more time. And now I know for the future. Clear and bake. David, what's up? Yo, I think this is super chat number 2 for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can we have holes in the side of the box for something else to enter of the corner dimensions remain the same if the corner dimensions remain the same? So this has been talked about a whole lot. Can you guys cut holes in the boxes? This is what we're saying. We're saying no excessive holes. Keep it within the box. Keep it inside the box. So, you know, some people are extruding little bits into the wall of the box. Like, this might be a good time to show you what I mean, but like basically people are extruding little bits into the wall if you're having things like come out of it, you know. It's hard to give an example. If as long as you stick to the rule of thumb, no excessive holes, keep it inside the box, or think inside the box, then you'll be okay. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Spidergs, yo, thanks for the super chat. No message necessary, just a straight up support. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Heck yeah. I was able to get this chair right here. I actually got a real chair this time. From y'all's support. Thank you. From the super chats and just from being able to do this YouTube full time, I'm able to spend some money on a chair. Shout outs to my boy Danny. He didn't need the chair anymore, you know. This is a dang expensive chair. Don't pay full price. That's the thing. You know, hit up Craigslist, hit up your buddies who are selling chairs, you know. Can you use music or just sound effects? Just sound effects, no music. I'm adding my own music. We don't want two musics on top of each other. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what it looks like. Sweet. All right, so for some reason though, I don't know why it went. Oh man, it went faster. So now I think it's this one. So let me take the sphere. Korean man. Yo, thank you for the super chat. I can't wait either. I'm so excited to see everyone's contraptions together. It's gonna be the most mesmerizing thing. Cannot wait. All right, so I think this is a good way to do it. Let's take this track C here. I'm gonna rotate it up just a little bit, and let's try to bake the ball again. All right, so that catches it. We're gonna have to redo these cubes down here too. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna save this scene. I'm gonna open up an earlier iteration. I think this is when it actually worked. Yep, that's when it actually worked. I'm gonna take this ball, I'll copy this ball, and paste it into our current one. So let me delete that ball. Let me paste that ball. Oh, okay, hold on, let me try it again. Frame 0. This is why we save iterations. We copy this ball, paste the ball. Weird. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, take the ball, bake it as an alembic. That bakes the animation into itself. Copy that ball, paste it into our new scene. And let's see if we're hitting that perfect frame. Yep, we are. 337, 338, 339 is gone. Perfect. Perfect. Evolver, yo, thanks for the super chat again, man. You are on a roll. For the next challenge, can we have a donate pool? Donate pool. Like, all donations go towards something? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to take a bunch of donations. Like, you know, we're doing the super chats and everything here, and I'm trying to come up with a Patreon very, very soon. Still working on it, by the way. A donate pool. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe if it goes to charity or something, you do a charity thing, give it to a certain program that gives computers to kids who are trying to learn 3D or something. I have no idea. I have no idea. But it's interesting, an interesting idea. So this totally works. What we did here, we just stole the ball from the other scene, and it perfectly works. So this is it. Let's load up our scene. And let's go ahead and put all this stuff here. That's my geometry. That's my camera. And here's our scene, okay? So it's working. Let's give our camera an Octane camera tag. Mobler, we'll leave it off. Let's change the Mobler caches to 1. Someone shouted me out there. 1/180 is what we're doing. Motion blur has to be very specific. All the motion blur, if you're in Blender, working in EV or cycles, that's 0.3. And let's see. Save our scene, load it into Octane, and let's just start messing with some grayscale gorilla textures here. Their plus library is legit. So there's one, let's see, everyday materials. Plastic. Then you can do like white. No, this is a very rough thing, so I can hit export. Let's do head sheet. Okay, Octane materials. Let's do plastics. White plastic for the rails, perhaps. We have a chrome ball. Ball's chrome, obviously. Go ahead and do like all the railing. The tray can be white. Control drag that. And adjust the diffuse here. We'll make this fully white. 111. That'll be our actual railing. Oh, so that plane is in the way. We want to get rid of that in the renderer. Going to be on track C. Where are you, plane? So search for plane. There it is. We'll give it an octane tag. Visibility all the way to 0. So it's still working. It's just not visible in our scene. The ice chute. That'll be gray. Track A, track B, track C. We can just make white. And the ice cubes, let's make a specular material. Bunch of ice cubes, all right. Without getting too detailed and crazy, let's just give it some roughness. 0.1. 0.05 maybe. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. And then we can give it some color to it. So that'll be like an absorption material. We'll take that down to like 2. And we'll give it octane RGB spectrum and set that to like blue. There's a blue tint to all that stuff. And let's apply that to the rest of these ice cubes. As well as these. Then we'll work in our lighting. Make a new chrome material. We'll give this some roughness. 0.2, and we'll put that on these like little nubs up here. Down here as well. Take this blue, maybe give it a color correction tag, or color correction node rather, and we drop the saturation just a touch. Let's hop into our camera. And let's go ahead and do a little post process. Photochrome 25, it's a little dark, but let's go ahead and light it first actually. So I'll undo that. Light this thing. So I'll throw in an HDRI. Right click, give it the HDRI plus tag. And we want the ball as well as the ice cubes to have motion blur. So I'm going to give the ball, where are you? Ball. We'll give that an octane object tag. We'll also give the ice cubes. So tray, we'll give all these cubes an octane object tag as well. That's how we're going to ensure that they have motion blur. Tray 1. All of these cubes here. Yep, same deal. Bam. What else? Okay, lighting. So let's choose the proper light. So we'll go to HDRIs. We can grab commercial locations maybe. And let's go ahead and select our HDRI, set it to linear. That way it's not all blown out. And I'm just scrubbing through each one of these to see which one works best. And we can interesting. A little bit more samples here. And maybe we could do some like copper pipes or something. So plus library, let's go to materials, and they should have under metals, sort of bronze corroded, bronze worn. Let's try that. And we can apply that to the tracks. And it looks way cooler to me. A lot nicer. In terms of lighting, let's see if we can't. Ooh. Back to the HDRIs, Pro Studio Metal. Let's orbit this around. And then we will go to this blue. Let's mess with the roughness. And mess with the gamma. The lighting does not look nice currently. Yeah, I use HDRIs to start the lighting process, and I use Grayscale Gorilla's tools all the time. All the time. They are the best. So I'm using their HDRI browser, and it's all built into C4D now with Grayscale Gorilla Plus. So it's perfect for like literally all the stuff that we're doing. It's the best. Okay, maybe Office Space, we'll try this one. And it's cool. I like how this highlight is like right on the ice cubes. And another thing we can do as well is we can spawn a light. Let's hop out options. We don't want to update the camera. Let's hop out of that. Point this down. And we'll do another one from the bottom, 180. All right, I'm backwards. It being underlit is kind of cool. I like that. It feels kind of nice. It feels like it's lit how a fridge would be lit. It's underlit, and maybe top lit as well. Let's see. Flip that around, 180. And yeah, let's see if we can just light it like an actual fridge. And like you can bake these lights into your scene. You know, but something like that could be cool. We could even take this, control drag it over, and have them just be on the sidewalls. Come on. Holding shift 90. Yep. I feel like I like the top and bottom better. Feel like that. Let me see. You can take these down to like real low. And we can hide them from the scene. Technically, it's lighting the scene with invisible lights, but you know, do what you can. Feels pretty cool. Trying to catch it, yeah, just like that. I don't know, maybe that is the way to go. And maybe we take this to like 8,000 so it's blued up a little bit. This one could also be 2,000. Whoa, that's interesting. That's super interesting. We could also give it a color, so an RGB spectrum, and we can just choose like what color we want the light to be. Purple light, I don't know. Can we change the intensity? But you don't want to wash out the whole scene. That's ridiculous. That's kind of cool. Pretty fun. I like that. Okay. So you can go to town with it, do surface imperfections, scratch it up, grunge it up, you know, do your thing, connect these pipes so that they're actually connected to the walls. They're not just floating. There's a lot of stuff you can do with this, but I think that's about as much time as I got today. Let me see if I can do like 0.1 on these ice cubes. 0.2 maybe. They're good as is, I think. Maybe we give them a little bit. This will make no sense, but let's see. A medium, medium. I think this is good. We could maybe try to change this to universal material. Pausing this. I tried. Okay, the last thing I'll do is just give a little bit of light to the ice tray. So let's go ahead and hop in here. And I think this will help give some light to these ice cubes right now. So if I cut into this thing, like here and here, and UL, right? We grab that, push it. We can't push it back. Interesting. So maybe we do chop there and a chop there. We grab that. No, we would grab. Hold on now. Yeah, both of those. And then this would be an emissive material. So I'll pop that onto there and we'll make this emissive. So let's do an emission, black body emission, and we'll set it to power of 1. I think that'll look kind of cool. And we can set the temperature. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. We could also set it to like that, but we'll keep it chill. And then I'll give this tray as well. Let's give this tray blue material here. It looks like it's kind of built into the actual bottom of this. And let's mess with our final camera settings. And maybe even, let's grab that octane. So this light here, we'll make this invisible. Visibility, we'll just bring down to 0. HDRI, let's see. For the HDRI, we could make it a color and set it to black. So it's just our lights affecting the scene, but that doesn't look good. I don't like that at all. And let's go to our camera. Set a little color correction, but that's a little much. Something like that, perhaps. Saturation. That's far too much. And I'm not super happy with the colors, but it's not bad. I think if I changed this bottom light to just a white light, I think it works better. It works better. This. All right. And we could add some bloom to it if we want. So I'll take the Octane tag, post-processing, turn it on, crank up the bloom, and then just crank the cutoff. So there's a little bit of bloom on it, just a little bit, which is just enough. And yet, maybe just the touch. Don't want to go overboard with that. One of the rules is literally no harsh vignettes. What I mean by harsh vignettes is like, this looks fine, okay? So if I store this, and then I crank the vignette, and I really crank the color correction, this would be an example of like, fine, this is fine with the vignette and color correction, and this is too much, you know? So it's just a balance. Like maybe it's somewhere in between here is fine, but you just don't want your like blacks too crushed or your whites too crushed. You want to find the right middle ground. Like this could look like a night scene, you know, and it's not that bad. But you really just don't want to like freaking crunch this down like this and turn up your exposure like this, and you know, and then have this be your scene. This is too much crunch, you know? All right. So, I think we're at a point here. Let me see if I just grab one of these guys or something. Somewhere in here. I'm just messing with it too much, but I think it's looking nice. You can have stuff coming outside the box towards the camera just a little bit, but if it clips past like the camera angle, basically like if, I don't know, what's a good example? As long as it looks right, and as long as I don't have to roto crap, you can come out beyond the box just a little bit. Don't make it intense. Don't make it crazy. You're not going to win it just because you had something popping out the box just a little bit, you know? And then lastly, let's do saturate to white, set to 0.2. That way it actually like bright sources will stay white versus the color of the actual light, if that makes sense. You can see it taking place down here. You know, in real life, a red light isn't going to be red at the source. It's going to just be a bright light, but it'll fall off to red. You know what I mean? All right, I think this is good to go. I think I'm good to render this thing. I'll let you know how it goes. It'll be awesome. I can't wait. I'll render it and I'll show you guys next week. Or in the Discord server, you know? But I think that's it. I think that's everything. Oh. I'm gonna get some food. But before we wrap things out, if you guys want to join this Dynamic Machines Challenge, there's a link in the description below that takes you to the announcement video. From there, you can get started. Get started on everything. You'll have all the info you need to get started from the announcement video. Shout outs to P and Y and NVIDIA for sponsoring the challenge. They're giving out some really cool prizes. You guys can win an NVIDIA Quadro RTX, I believe it's a 5000, as well as some really fast SSDs. And then that's going to be US only. And then for my international artists, I'm going to give you 3 limited edition signed prints, and a year a year-long access to my top tier Patreon level when it comes out in like the next month. I'm doing what I can for the international audience, because NVIDIA and PNY, they can only do US based stuff currently, so that's the way that is. But no worries, that's the way the first one was. What else? Yeah, the stream today was sponsored by Scan the World. Check them out. They have really cool stuff. Click the link below. It's right at the top of the description. And they give you guys access to free photo scanned statues from around the world. It's like a 3D modeler's or a photo scanner's museum, and you can grab some really, really slick stuff. So definitely check them out. They're running a crowdfunding campaign. Go support them. Everything's free there. That's the craziest part. Everything is free. So go check it out. You guys are awesome. And I think other than that, shout outs to everyone subscribing. Good times. I'm gonna grab some pizza. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna hit render on this thing, and I'll post it up in the Discord when it's done. But thank you guys so much. Thanks for hopping in with me. It's been a good time, and it's time to get that food now. So I think to wrap things out, I'm gonna hit you with Scan the World. It's a 1-minute thing. Gives you a little bit of info on Scan the World on this live stream sponsor, and then I'll hit you with that end card. So it's been chill. See you guys on the next one. Peace. Today's stream is sponsored by Scan the World, the largest open source ecosystem of 3D scanned artifacts from around the globe. All available to download and use in your 3D art for free. You want a high quality statue of the Grim Reaper? They got you covered. How about insanely detailed reliefs like this? They got those too. They even have ancient architecture scans like this, and so much more. Oh, and every model on the site is 3D printable. The entire collection of now 18,000 scans were built by a passionate community of scanners in collaboration with museums and galleries all around the world. And if you love scanning, you can upload your own models to inspire other 3D artists. Scan the World is currently running an incredible crowdfunding campaign that brings the community a bunch of new ambitious scans, tutorials, and more. And if you want, you can show your love for as little as $10 and get some cool incentive back. I love what they're doing and threw some cash their way myself. So head over to myminifactory.com/scantheworld and grab some high quality scans for free.